Okay, let's get ready. There's a picture of me with the Batman hat on many years ago, celebrating with the Stanley Cup. Okay. So, let's bring that down. Hopefully you can hear me. Okay. Or let's go there. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to my studio. My name is Michael Markowsky, and today we're going to make a painting about something that has been important to me throughout my life, which is hockey, and more specifically, the trophy that is awarded to the best hockey team in North America, and more specifically over the past 100 years or so, the NHL. And we are going to be painting a painting of the Stanley Cup. The Stanley Cup is the trophy that is awarded to the best team in the NHL every year. And tomorrow night is the beginning of the Stanley Cup final, which features the Colorado Avalanche based in Denver, Colorado, and the Tampa Bay Lightning from Tampa Bay, Florida. And two teams that I really am not at all invested in, but they are two really good teams, so it should be really good hockey. And this trophy is awarded every year to the best team, and I showed that picture just moments ago of myself here in the Batman hat many years ago, 1989, after the Calgary Flames won the Stanley Cup. Calgary is my hometown, and you can also see that not only was I a hockey fan, but a fan of Batman, and we've done one of these episodes featuring Batman before. Okay, so let's get right into the plan for today. Oops, let's do... Okay, so this is what we're going to do here. We're going to get the image onto the canvas. I haven't done that yet, so I'll walk you through that whole process. Then we're going to get a little bit of a stain on the canvas. We're going to put that Imprimatura on. Then we're going to talk a little bit about the Stanley Cup itself. And then we'll get into a little bit of underpainting, perhaps, and then work on the background, and then the foreground, background, foreground, until we're all done side by side. Probably 2.5 hours, 3 hours, we'll see, because one of the things with this particular painting is all of the reflections that we see on here, and that can be time consuming. There is, of course, all these little names on there. I'm not going to do all those little names. We would need a gigantic painting for that, so we'll sort of fudge that detail a little bit. Okay, so just if you're watching for the first time, like, subscribe, hit the notification bell. Join our Facebook group and let your friends know what you've been creating, and join our awesome community. You can also leave a donation as little as $1. There was a few $1 donations just yesterday, so I appreciate those people. It's not really the money; it's the support that I receive from people, and the acknowledgement of that support is what keeps me going. And we're at episode 2. We've done 230 painting episodes so far. So there's a lot of content. So if you're not interested in the Stanley Cup, that's okay. There's totally the opposite stuff, and there's all those links in the description to various different playlists. I encourage you to attempt some of them. Okay, so as I said, here we're going to work on our very first step, which is to get the image onto the canvas. And before I go too far, I just want to let you know where you can find that. So there's a link in the description below, not to the Master Study series, which is where we're recreating famous paintings throughout history, but for this particular series, Paint the News. And you'll see in here, I mean, we've got all sorts of wild things like astronauts and musicians, Loch Ness Monster, Bigfoot. Stanley Cup here is what we're going to be looking at. So Stanley Cup, click in here. You're going to see 4 files. Usually there's often just 3, and I'll just show you what those 4 files are. So there's 2 images of the Stanley Cup. This is actually the original photograph, and I liked the kind of stand it was on in the background, keeping it fairly simple so we can really just work on the cup itself and all those reflections. But I did like the way this was, this was a little bit clearer, probably for some people. So there's sort of 2 options. You're welcome to paint whichever one. They're almost identical. But you can see with this one, it's a little bit hard to see where the edges are. So this is the original, or sorry, this is a version that I don't even know which one we'll paint. We'll see. And then the outline I did, which you can download for free from that Dropbox folder. You don't have to give an email address. You don't have to do anything. Just go click on the link, open it up, download it. It's all free. Okay, so let's get this image onto the canvas. Okay, so here what we're going to do is I've printed that outline off from the Dropbox. You can see just on a regular 8.5 by 11 piece of paper from I printed on my inkjet printer at home, and I'm going to put it onto this 9 by 12 sized canvas board. And you can buy this exact same one in one of the links in the description there. I like these ones a lot. They seem to just take, especially if you get a lot of water on your canvases, it seems to resist warping better than the cheap ones you can get from the dollar store. So I'm going to take my outline. I'm just going to put it right in the middle. Take some tape so that I can do this transfer without this kind of sliding around. I kind of want this to be, I think, roughly in the middle, maybe a little bit further down so I have a little bit more room at the top. Well, maybe, I think in the middle. I was gonna, yeah, that seems to make more sense right there. Okay, so looks pretty straight as well. So I got that taped on. Now I'm going to use some carbon transfer paper, and if you want, this is just from an older package, but the sheet I'm going to use is also listed in the description below. You can get 100 of them for 100 sheets for like $10 or $12 or some exceptional deal, and you will have those 100 sheets for the rest of your life. You can give them away to friends too. Because you can reuse these carbon paper sheets many, many, many times. I see Paula's in the chat there. Hello, Paula. I hope you're doing well today. Let's zoom in a bit here. Okay, so I'm not going to do all the details. I'm just going to get the basic shape in here. So I'm not going to do all of these little things in there because all that's going to get painted out. And what's the purpose of doing this if we're just going to paint everything out, right? So I'm going to start with all these horizontal lines, or slightly horizontal. They're a little bit curved, but somewhat parallel to the bottom of the page. And again, they might be a little bit wonky. We can use Posca pens in lieu of using a paintbrush later on. I'm actually going to rotate this because it's easier for me to do these curving lines that with my wrist like this, because my wrist naturally goes that way. This is kind of an awkward wrist movement, right? And I'm always, whatever's more comfortable, I'll always opt for, because that will usually mean I'm going to get a better quality line or brush stroke. I know that this episode is going to be probably the least viewed episode that I do, because most of my audience could care less about sports or hockey in particular, but this is meaningful to me. I often get like people making requests, can you do this or do that? I think, you know what, you can certainly do that as well. You don't need to wait for me to do it. So if this is not of interest to you, then what would be of interest to you? And try doing that today. Challenge yourself to draw or paint something that really excites you. So we'll see how these marks get made later. I'm assuming these will probably just be one. I might even just use a Posca pen to do one line rather than the sides and all that. We'll see here. This is also a lot easier to do if you've got a nice smooth canvas. The more texture on your canvas, the harder it is to do small details. Like, I don't even think writing the challenge cup is going to be helpful. I'll do just a couple of these. I think that's enough. All these highlights we'll do separately. Okay. Oh, just a little guy missing here. Looks great. Okay. So we'll take that off. And there's Donna's joined the chat. That's awesome. So we'll put that away. Okay. Itchy nose. It's I'm an allergy magnet, so as soon as kind of spring rolls around, everything gets kind of itchy on my face and body. So that's life, right? Oh, and there's Holly there as well. Just pop it in for a quick second. Donna says, it's so cold here that I've been crocheting, so I'm not painting tonight. Oh my goodness. Today, my daughter and I left the house with our rain jackets, and it was cold, and we went down to the water to look for puddles. And while we were there, the sun came out, and we took off all those layers, and then a half hour later, we put them back on. It's like, that's a typical weather here in Canada. Okay, so let's move to the next step. Okay, so now we've got our drawing established. Let's stain the canvas with a little bit of color. Now, what I'm going to use is some warm yellow to do this. And if you're wondering what does warm yellow mean, here's the brand of paints that I'm using for these episodes. I've done 230 paintings with them. These colors work great. This is considered to be a student grade paint, and yet we can do pretty much every artwork that's ever been, or every painting that's ever been created with them. And my warm yellow is this here, my Azo Yellow Deep. I'm not sponsored or paid by anybody. If you don't want to use them, or you don't have access to them, then you can use golden paint. This is a much higher quality paint, and I would use this cadmium yellow dark. That will work just fine as well. You could also use Liquitex. This is their student grade, but they also make a more professional grade. You could use Winsor & Newton. You could use Artist Loft from Michael's Art Supply. You can use Buzz, Peebo, Holbein, Daler Rowney. And I know I'm just flying through them really quickly because all that we've covered this information quite a lot so it's just go back and watch the very first episode of the Master Studies series. There is a link in, not there, in the description below for that information. Okay, so I put my warm yellow down, probably about as much paint as I put on my toothpaste, or as much toothpaste as paint on my toothpaste. I put about as much paint on my palette as toothpaste on my toothbrush, and then I add, you know, probably 2 to 1 water or so. And then I give it a nice good mix, and that way I'm going to have a relatively semi-transparent coat of paint here. And I can stain my gessoed canvas. The gesso here is going to absorb this paint really well. Or really, this is more of a stain than a paint because of the water we've added to it. I like to get my edges in here. Okay, and then I'm just going to quickly go over this whole thing. Okay, looking good. Of course, we're going to paint over all this yellow, so I don't really care if it's a little bit streaky or slightly uneven. I just want a kind of a good layer there because this is going to infuse the painting with this sort of warm glow, and I love that kind of warm glow. Donna says, Michael, where did you get your Amsterdam paint? I've ordered mine through Amazon and Desir's, and it takes weeks to get here. Good question. So I usually buy mine from an art supply store here in Vancouver called Opus Art Supplies. O-P-U-S. And I get a little bit of a discount as a teacher. They do sell art supplies online across Canada as well. That's a relatively new thing, and I'm good friends with a lot of the staff there, and I know that's something that they recently started doing, that cross Canada shipping. I don't think they're in the States, however, just as a heads up for anybody looking for them down there. Yeah. So, as I said, though, you don't necessarily need Amsterdam, or you do not need Amsterdam to do any of this. You can certainly use any other brand of paints, and they should work just as well. And Donna also asks, and when you gesso your canvas, how many coats do you use, and do you sand between them? Great questions. So this canvas, I take right out of the plastic, and then the first thing I do is I put some acrylic gesso on it and let it dry for about 24 hours. After that's dry, then I give it a nice sanding with like a 150 or so, 100 depending on how thick and how much texture is. Just, you know, a sanding with, you know, you've seen this block of sandpaper, right? I think this might be, I can't see because I've stapled it on there, but I think this might be 100 grit sandpaper. Obviously, as the number goes down, they become grittier and grittier. So like a 300 grit sandpaper is you could file your nails on it super smooth, whereas this feels like, you know, 5 o'clock shadow kind of thing, right? You could do a second coat. For our purpose, for these paintings, I don't think a second coat is going to be that beneficial. But in my own art practice, I actually, on smaller paintings, I usually paint on, well, it depends. I often will paint either on a panel directly. Let me see. So here's a gessoed panel. Now this is actually oil gesso, oil-based gesso, not acrylic, because this is what I'm used for oil painting. And this here is also a panel that I've used clear acrylic gesso on, because you can paint acrylic, or so you can paint oil on top of acrylic, but you cannot paint acrylic on top of oil. So you can use acrylic or oil gesso if you're painting with oil, but if you're using acrylic, you can only use acrylic gesso. But I also really like this acrylic gesso. Like, you can see the difference. It's probably pretty subtle, but this is just the raw panel, and this is the gessoed panel with the, so it gives it a slightly ghosted effect. And then I sand it down so it's super smooth, and we still see some of the wood grain in there. That's just my personal preference there. Donna says, the online website doesn't work for me for Opus. I need the Amsterdam paint for paint pouring, I guess. Interesting. Okay, so let's just try to think, do I want to do anything right now before we talk? I mean, I guess it would be nice. So, okay, so I should externalize my thoughts here. What I'm trying to think about is, should I paint this whole thing like a gray so that we have that established right now? So if we look at the original, or I guess this is the original photograph, and this is the one I've sort of photoshopped. My question to myself is, should I paint a gray over top of this entire surface and then just paint the black on the side? Or should we just do, you know, like this as a darker blue, and then, sorry, the curtains in the background is a dark blue, and just paint the trophy? I think I am going to, yeah, let's just do a background and then the foreground shape here, rather than, because otherwise we'll block out all of this, and it'd be nice if this was a little bit darker, the outer edges. Anyway, sorry, just wanting to think out loud here so you can kind of see how, because, yeah, anyway. So I think let's just go right in and talk just a little bit about the trophy itself and the history of the, I guess, not only the trophy, but also of the National Hockey League as well. So, just as a quick reminder, here's the Facebook page. If you haven't already and you're watching, join the Facebook group and upload your artwork to it. You could see just a couple of days ago we did our 20th feedback episode where people upload their artworks, and I give free feedback to anyone who's participating. And a lot of people find that to be one of the most helpful or useful parts of these episodes. So, let's talk about the Stanley Cup. So the Stanley Cup has been around since 1892, and it was first awarded in 1893. And it was established by the new Governor General of Canada, who was appointed by Queen Victoria a few years before. And he was an Englishman, as you know. He's the Governor General is the official representative for the Queen in Canada, and I'm assuming Australia probably has a Governor General. I'm assuming New Zealand has a Governor General. Any other countries that belong to the Commonwealth, former English colonies. And so the Governor General is largely a symbolic figurehead kind of role that has a seat in the House of Parliament and helps mediate disputes between various different political parties, and attends charities and various different functions on behalf of the Queen, signs bills, all that kind of stuff. And so they, and especially back when the trophy was created, they had probably a much larger political influence than they do today. These days, the Governor General, you know, has an important role, but again, it's mostly symbolic. Anyway, the new Governor General came to Canada and started attending hockey games, and one of the first games that he attended was a game between two different Montreal hockey teams, and he fell in love with the game immediately, and immediately decided, you know what, this is a great game. He became a big fan, and he was like, we need to have a trophy that we can award to the best hockey team every year. And he established the Stanley Cup, or at least it wasn't known as that. It was originally known as the Dominion. It was originally known as the Dominion Challenge Cup, because originally it was intended to be awarded to the best amateur hockey team in the Dominion of Canada, because that up until I think the 1960s, Canada was still officially known as the Dominion of Canada and not just Canada. So the trophy was again intended to be for amateur hockey teams, not professional hockey teams, because there probably wasn't the idea of professional hockey back in the 1890s was probably absurd. You know, it would be like well, I was going to say like professional video games, but that's actually $1 billion industry now, people who are professional video game players. But anyway, so the Stanley Cup originally, if we can go to, so here's Lord Stanley of Preston, and he eventually enrolled his children into his sons and daughters all became hockey players. And hockey started to spread quite quickly in the late 1800s, and throughout Canada and northeastern United States in particular, you had lots of universities, colleges that would have their own small hockey team. And of course, for the most part, it was all men playing hockey. There would have, and it was all amateur again. So you'd have all of these small clubs, like athletic clubs, you know, people like, there's fewer of these things around today, but even when I was growing up, my family belonged to an athletic club, you know, where they have tennis courts and a swimming pool, and you pay a monthly fee to belong to it. Same sort of thing. So you might have hundreds of these athletic clubs all across the country, and they would submit an application to challenge the current holder of the championship trophy to a playoff. So originally, when the Stanley Cup was formed, you had, or when the Stanley Cup trophy was awarded, it was a challenge cup. So anybody could challenge for it, and you might award that Stanley Cup 5 or 6 times a year. So here, it's kind of hard to see, but this is the original Stanley Cup. It was originally just a bowl, and that was quite common back in the day for trophies to be just like a bowl or a cup like this. And this is exactly what it looked like when it was very originally formed. And they started kind of with some of the names around the outer edges. And I don't know how long maybe they just didn't think it through, or how popular it would be, or But obviously, it didn't take long for them to fill up on the top edges with names. And so what they decided to do afterwards is start adding rings to the trophy. And let's see. Okay, so here's another. So this is what the Stanley Cup looked like all the way up through the 1940s, which with this big bowl on top, and then this kind of cylinder that was even more narrow than the opening on the top of the cup itself. Not the I mean, it's interesting looking, but it sort of, I don't know what that thing looks like when I look at it now. It just looks like a something like a big planter or something, a big vase. But eventually, towards the early mid-1950s is when they decided to widen the trophy. I think partly for lots of different reasons. I imagine, you know, some part of it was for aesthetics. I think it looks a little bit better. There's lots of stories we can talk about of the Stanley Cup falling down, being dented and broken. And so I think there was a certain amount of like, you know what, maybe we need to make the bottom a little bit bottom heavy so it doesn't fall over so easily. And then of course, the fact with it a little bit wider is you can put lots more names on it. And I think they started realizing like, man, if we can only put like 4 teams or 5 teams on one row, I mean, this thing's going to be 10 feet tall soon. So they decided to widen it. Now, this is the display at the Hockey Hall of Fame in downtown Toronto, which if you're a hockey fan, you must go to. It's a really great museum, actually, a lot of interactive exhibits, really interesting place to visit. And so this is the actual original cup in this glass case. And then I think this is probably one of the early additions they put onto it. And now there's actually 3 different Stanley Cups. There's the one that is awarded every year to the winner of the Stanley Cup. There's the original top part, which is in the Hockey Hall of Fame. And there's also a replica, which is virtually identical. Not exactly, but very closely similar to the one that is awarded every year. That also remains at the Hockey Hall of Fame. So when people visit, they can see at least a version of what the Stanley Cup looks like, because usually one of the cool things with the Stanley Cup is that every year the winner of the Stanley Cup, that team, they get each player on the winning team gets to have a day with the Stanley Cup. So there's all sorts of crazy stories of people taking the Stanley Cup on a canoe trip, or taking it to their high school, taking it skiing. I mean, there's people, and we can get into all the crazy things of dogs eating from it, people eating cereal from it, people putting their babies in it. There's stories of babies peeing in it, more recently a baby pooping in it. Lots of champagne and beer and various different alcoholic drinks being drinking, and of course they wash it quite thoroughly out. But it's in fact, I just want to show. So there is also the Stanley Cup is so well known and prized that there's someone whose task is to accompany the Stanley Cup wherever it goes. So this fellow here, Phil Pritchard, pictured here on the right, is for the past, I think, 29 years been the official quote-unquote keeper of the cup. And he travels all around with this trophy to ensure that it doesn't get lost, stolen, or broken. He takes it from one player to another. He takes it to the White House to celebrate with the president at the time, and it's, you know, it would be quite the role because you would see all sorts of crazy things. So it's the Stanley Cup, I think, is really the most interesting trophy in all of sports. because most trophies that are awarded around the world are actually sort of like a bit of an afterthought. Like in baseball, players are playing for the World Series pennant, right? And the pennant, when you think of a pennant, is a banner, right? And technically that's what you win when you win the World Series, is you win the World Series pennant, the right to fly a banner in your stadium. But they're also given this quite awkward trophy that looks like a whole bunch of little flags together. And, players hold it up in the air and they get their photographs taken with it, and then it sort of disappears, right? And it's kind of neat, but it's not really what the players they dream of aspiring to hold. Same thing in football. There's the Lombardi Trophy, which just looks like this football glued onto a stand, and it's silver. It looks kind of neat, but it's a fairly small thing. The Stanley Cup is a big trophy. It's a big and heavy trophy. So it's almost a meter tall, or I think but 3.5 feet tall. So, it comes up, if it's on the ground, like up to me, would come up to, just about my waist level. So when you see these players hoisting it, it's like arm's length and over their head. It's also about 50 pounds, which is, about the weight of a 10-year-old child, right? So it has some weight and size to it, which most other trophies do not have. Once again, often other trophies are plaques, and they're just mostly something that people are photographed with, and that's it. The Stanley Cup, however, is one of those interesting trophies that if it is on display publicly somewhere, especially anywhere in Canada, it is like Tom Cruise or Beyonce showing up at the grocery store. Everyone, and I've literally been in various different places where the Stanley Cup appears, and it's quite amazing how instantly a crowd forms. Like I can remember several episodes. One 10 years ago, the Stanley Cup was here in Vancouver because the Vancouver Canucks went to the Stanley Cup final. And when the games when it gets close to awarding the trophy, the Stanley Cup arrives in town because they might need to award it that night. And I have a distinct memory of walking down the street and passing a bank, and I just sort of glanced over and saw the trophy sitting on a table in the bank, and there were a few people, maybe donors or whatever, standing around drinking some champagne, and the windows, blinds were up, and I kind of stopped. Oh, that's cool. I took a quick picture, and a few other people kind of stopped and like, oh, what are you looking at? I'm like, oh, a Stanley Cup. And I kid you not, within about 5 minutes, there were hundreds of people. The word spread. I don't know, maybe somebody posted something on Twitter, but it was just there. A crush of people up against the glass. They closed the blinds because they were afraid that people would push in. Like, that's crazy. Goes to show how seriously people take hockey here in Canada, that you could get to a situation where that might happen. I'm showing here on the screen here, this is the official site of the Hockey Hall of Fame, which, again, if you're not even a hockey fan, it is a pretty interesting place to go, especially lots of really cool exhibits for kids where they can, shoot pucks and get their photographs taken with the Stanley Cup. And this is like, even just right here, this really cool display of all these different hockey or goaltender masks from all over the world, because the Hockey Hall of Fame is not just about the National Hockey League or the NHL, but hockey across the world. So there's even big displays on all of the other major hockey nations, Sweden and Finland and Russia and Germany and so on and so forth, as well as some teams from Africa and Asia who also have hockey teams. Obviously, hockey's not as big there, but it is interesting to see the jerseys that players in China, for instance, wear. Let's see, we could talk about some of these wild stories. As I said, here's the challenge, what's called the Challenge Cup era. There's a lot of these early teams that won the Stanley Cup in the late 1800s, early 1900s, no longer exist. Kind of famously, there's various different teams from Montreal and Ottawa, and you can see most of these are all Canadian teams. The Kenora Thistles was the smallest community to ever win a Stanley Cup. I think there was Kenora, Ontario, in Western Ontario. There's like, at the time, I think there was 4,000 people that lived there. One of my best friends is from Kenora. He's very proud of that fact. He likes to remind people. And the very first American team to win the Stanley Cup was the Seattle Metropolitans. And Seattle, just this year, finally got another NHL hockey team. So it is interesting that, you know, Seattle won a Stanley Cup in 1917, as well Vancouver, the Vancouver Millionaires, won the Stanley Cup in 1915. So there's, and as well the Victoria Cougars. So there's 3 teams that were in the old Pacific Hockey League, which was basically Vancouver, Seattle, Victoria, and I don't know, was Portland involved in that? But that's all before the NHL was formed in 1927. So the NHL was a bunch of hockey teams that got together to form this new league, and to kind of, because there was a whole bunch of different leagues, and it was sort of like total chaos. So they came together to form their own a league and try to kind of make it a professional go of it. And the team that has won the Stanley Cup the most is the Montreal Canadiens with 24 Stanley Cups, which is way more than any other team has won. I think, let's see. I'm sure there's information on here somewhere who won it most, but yeah, I guess. Anyway, so maybe we should just start painting here. I just want to see if there's anything else that I want to talk about. Yeah, I mean, you can just see that raising of the Stanley Cup. That's takes a certain amount of strength, and also the only people who are allowed to do this are people who have won the Stanley Cup. So not even the President of the United States or the Prime Minister of Canada is allowed to do this. Although they sometimes have, but it's a very frowned upon according to the traditions of the cup. Okay, so let's move on to our next step here. This is nice and dry. Perhaps we'll talk about doing a little bit of underpainting. Do we need to do underpainting on here? So there's lots of different definitions of underpainting. Oops, what's going on here? So some people would consider, painting everything with at least a little bit of paint to be your underpainting. It's sort of just getting blocks of color in. Other people will talk about just doing a little bit of line work. And often that is instead of any drawing, that you would do the line work as your underpainting, and you would combine that with your Imprimatura. But for our class, I like to kind of think of it as just maybe doing some darker lines that we can see through potential additional layers of paint. I think I'm going to skip the underpainting section here, and let's go directly to our next step, which is to paint the background. Okay, so let's look at this original image here. So the way that this is done is we've got this cool blue. It's actually a little bit of maybe closer to in between cool and warm, a bit more of a cobalt blue, but I think I'm going to opt for a cooler blue just to kind of push it further backwards in space so that the Stanley Cup pops a little bit more. So let's get our palette out and start putting some paint onto the canvas here. So let me just get these labels on. I've somehow managed to lose one of these So, just on the face of it, I expect probably we won't need our cool red, which I don't have a label for right now. But I think we'll need every other color. So maybe let's start out with our cool blue. And I'm going to make a little bit more of it here to make a darker color as well. I'm going to put my warm red there. Some warm red there, because I'm going to make a black. My cool yellow there. We'll put our warm blue and warm yellow. And that should be more than enough paint for this. Oh, I'll need a little bit of white, but maybe I'm going to use that white shortly, so I'm not even going to put it down here because otherwise it's just going to start drying. So let's mix up our dark color. We're going to make a black here. And so I've got my cool blue, my warm red, and my cool yellow. And you notice that I have more cool blue and warm red and a less cool yellow. Right, because we're mixing these two colors, which are actually a little bit, they're not quite intersecting across the color wheel. They're a little bit further down. And so they're going to turn into a bit of a purple. We add that cool yellow to it to pull it from a purple color into what we call the neutral core here. So let's give this a big stir. And you can see I did measure out these ratios because it's so much easier just to sort of look at it and then to decide what your color is. You could see it's kind of I always think this is just like miraculous that this works, but that color is just like a really dark gray now. It's not a perfect black. If we do want to use black, we have black. I don't think I'm going to use black in today's episode. I rarely use black, as many of you probably know. Okay. So that's that color. I'm just trying to think. I'm going to wipe that paint off. And I am going to add a little bit of white here. Whoa, that's a lot more white than I was planning. Okay, I'm just going to move this into the center here. And then I'm going to take paint, my cool blue here. So I'm going to start with this. I'm going to put a little bit of a matte medium in here. So matte medium is just paint that has no color in it, right? It's just the binder that is in all paint, right? So I'm going to mix this up nice and good. This is going to thin it out, so we're going to see a little bit more of that yellow Imprimatura that we applied, right? Otherwise, again, what's the point of putting it there if we cover it? So let's paint over the background. Now, notice this is not the exact same color as in the photograph because I'm going to mix another blue to put over top of this in a moment. Also, if in doubt, I'm going to paint a little bit over top of the trophy itself, so that I don't have any yellow kind of showing through. So we're going to do a few different colors in the background to try to emulate that kind of dark curtain effect. So we're going to start with this cool blue, which is also going to have the effect of just kind of establishing a nice distance in the painting. It's going to push the cup forward and push the background backwards. And so that little bit of white is just gonna help make it's gonna prevent this from just going green, right? Because if we just paint that cool blue is fairly transparent, and so if we just paint it directly on top of that yellow, it's gonna go really, really dark because the paint is just not opaque enough. Oh, there's my mom in the chat there. She says, "Are you going to show you in the cup?" Well, I did, but since you sent this photo to me literally about 5 minutes before the show began, which is impressive. My mother was able to get the photo album out, erase there, and text it to me, which is just blows my mind. I'll absolutely happily show it again there. Okay, so yes, that's me there on the right with the Batman hat. You can see that I'm also a fan. That was for the original Batman movie with Michael Keaton and Jack Nicholson. And I still to that day love that movie. Oh, Donna says there's a flood warning out in Champion. Wow, crazy. Hope that passes. There's been flooding in Alberta over the past years. Some more, I think that's kind of a common theme all over the world, right? These more extreme weather, whether it's in Canada or the southern states. Hey, even the New York City subway flooded a few years ago, right? Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to blow dry that so that I can go on to the next step here, because I want to get another blue on there before we start to darken things. Okay, so I'm just going to mute the microphone. Okay. That is, I mean, actually, that's kind of cool just as it is. Those two colors are really nice. Those contrasting colors, they kind of look a little bit like the Golden State Warriors basketball team colors. That kind of, this almost kind of slightly teal blue and this golden yellow as well. My mother says, the picture of me with the Stanley Cup was taken on the Stampede Grandstand. And we have lots of wild winds. Okay, so I'm going to move on here, and let's now see if we can match the color that we see in the in the background there. So you can see how cool that color is, as opposed to this color here, which is we have a little bit of cool blue in there, but we also, this is a lot more like warm. So I think it's also not a entirely warm blue. It actually is probably a little bit in between there. So I am tempted to put this blue right in. In fact, let's just succumb to the temptation here and put this warm blue into our cool blue. Okay. I might, I think I'm gonna have to put a bit more in here. Okay. So there is still maybe a little bit of white in here, but less and less. Oops. Now probably the first question some people would ask is, well, why not just do this right off the bat? Why bother painting that first blue layer and then do this layer? It just seems like a lot of busy work, and I totally understand that. The answer is that we want to, throughout history, artists have layered colors to get, you know, more complex result. And it's, you know, I've made the comparison to making croissants. Yes, we could do, you could make a croissant in like 5 minutes, but it wouldn't have that particularly kind of that pastry that sort of flakes and falls apart in that particular way, right? Because you know, a croissant is, there's dozens and dozens of folds in there, and that kind of gives it its unique texture and flavor. You know, it would be, it's similar to saying, well, why bother putting cheese or tomato sauce on your pizza when it's covered in cheese and you can't really see it? Well, you can taste it. And same sort of thing with a painting. You can see it. Do you know that you see it? No, you're probably not aware that you're seeing it, but it's there. Okay, so I'm going to blow dry this again, and I'm just going to add a little bit more blue up in those areas as well, just to make this a bit more of a unified surface. So I'm going to mute again. Okay, and I'm just going to take this paint and I'm just going to go back into this area Just give it that nice solidity. There we go. A few little gobs of paint or bugs or something in there. Just quickly wipe those away. Again, if in doubt, I'm going to paint right over the edges of the trophy itself so that I have a nice even surface. I don't, otherwise you might have these little areas that are kind of look a little unfinished, which is not a problem. There's, we've talked about many great artists who do just that deliberately, but if you're wanting to paint something maybe more realistically rather than something more stylized, then this is the way you want to do it. Now the bottom, that is like a skirt for a table. We'll put a different color in there. I was for a moment thinking, do I want to? In fact, I just want to make sure. There's a little bit of space on these sides. Not quite sure yet, but again, just like the cup itself, I can always widen it. So I'm going to put that there. And I'm actually going to blow dry that and then just add a little bit more blue there. Okay, so I'm pretty satisfied with that thus far. I'm just going to scoop this paint up, and then I'm just going to put it back down here as like a little blob. And that way, if I need this paint, hopefully, knock on wood, I won't. I can always go back, and there'll be just a little bit left there that I can use for a touch-up, perhaps. Okay. That is, I don't know how well that translates on camera, but this is like a kind of blue that it appears to be glowing, right? Most, like the way that paint works is it's reflected light that hits our eye, as opposed to like a computer monitor or your television screen where light is coming from inside and outward, right? So the fact that we have those layers of paint gives it that illusion that it's glowing, which is one of the reasons why I love doing this whole Imprimatura effect, because it's, it's an ancient technique that's artists have been using for 600 plus years to give that really special, unique quality. I mean, really, it's quite genius that people figured that out at one point, but 600 years ago, maybe people had a lot more time on their hands. There weren't maybe some of the same distractions that we have today. So, you know what? I think I'm going to continue. I'm going to finish my background now. That way I can just move on to the rest of the trophy afterwards. So I'm going to blow dry that real quick. Okay. So the next step, I'm going to take my dark color and I'm going to do some very thin glazing over top of this. So let's, I usually don't make a paint with glaze this bit, paint surfaces with this much glaze, just because it's a little bit trickier, but I'm going to do it anyway. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my glazing fluid. This is matte glazing fluid. Ooh. Or it's called satin glazing fluid. Satin and matte are interchangeable terms in terms of painting, as opposed to glossy or gloss paint, right? So I'm going to put that there. And sip some tea. Oh, you know what? Let's I think I just want to make a little distinction here, just to make this easier. Okay, so now we've got our blue on the background established. Now I want to put some black on there just to kind of get that little bit of that curtain effect. I don't want to spend too much time on this, but I want to get that done. I just think it's going to look really cool. So let's do that next here. So what I've done is I've got my black that I made earlier. That's cool blue, warm red, and cool yellow. If you're mixing this and it looks a little bit purple, that just tells you need a little bit more cool yellow. If you're mixing this and it looks a little bit purpley, or sorry, did I say that? If it looks purple, we need more yellow. If it looks green, we need more red. If it looks orange or brownish, we need more blue, right? And then you kind of you got to play with it a little bit till you get the color you like, but eventually you will, and we can take this color and then we're going to glaze with it. So I'm going to take some of this paint and then mix it into my glazing fluid here. So the glazing fluid is going to do a few things. One is going to be transparent. It's going to make it very transparent, especially the more of this we put in there. It also has some properties that slow the drying time down. So it gives us a little bit of an opportunity to blend the paint if we wish to do that. So the other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to get another brush, a clean brush that is dry. That's also very important. You don't want to have a wet brush for this. And then we're going to apply the paint and then maybe just do a little bit of blending out here. So let's put these side by side. And I might, make it a little bit, not quite as dark here. So maybe I'll make a couple of like folds in the curtain here. So maybe on my far right, I'm going to put this down here. And then I'm just going to take my other brush, my clean brush, and just do a little bit of that. Let's do this, and I'm probably going to do a little bit more, so we really want to kind of space these out. Same sort of thing. We want to make sure it's relatively dry. What we want to do is kind of quickly. You can't putz around. You gotta get on the horse and ride. Okay. Let's do maybe another big one up here. So you can see so far this is very subtle, right? And I would advise, if you're just learning, to do this like this, very subtly. So I'm trying to think, do I want to do one here? You know what? I think I'm going to go this edge so that we kind of keep a bit of a symmetry here. Oops, that's getting kind of dark. Okay, so what we'll do is we're going to blow dry that. It's very, very subtle, and depending on how we want to do this, we can just leave it like that, or we can continue building up until we get like black on the sides. Okay, so it's very important that before you do another layer of glaze that everything is dry, because often you've probably seen me get impatient, and sometimes I'll just start glazing while the paint is still wet, and what unfortunately happens is you wipe away the previous layer and maybe even some of the layers underneath, and you expose that's the yellow, and then you're freaking out. It's a big disaster. So having thin layers is your best friend. All right. Okay. So you can see I'm going right over top of the cup itself, and that's fine, because we're going to paint stuff there. Okay, so I'm going to blow dry that again. I might do maybe 2 more layers, and I might leave. I'll do a little bit more, but I think ultimately I might just do the outer edges and keep, you know, a little bit more of the folds towards the center. So we're really kind of bookending this piece here. Okay, so let's use the blow dry. Okay, so let's keep on going. Now I'm going to take maybe, you know, as I've been using this, I've just been using what was there. So those past two layers were created entirely just with the original mixture and just darkening and darkening. But now I'm going to take a little bit more of my darker color. I also don't want to have too much paint on here, right? Because otherwise that's just going to clog this brush up too quickly. So yikes, I kind of went. So what I'm really just doing is darkening the center of these, of the darkest area, right? So as I go, like, I'm putting less and less paint on the outer edges and more just in the very center of the darkest part, right? Maybe more obvious, let's say, in an area like this, where previously I had gone all the way up to there. Now I'm just doing this little bit right there on the edge. I'm going to put a bit here. Okay, there's that little flake there. I'm going to leave that, blow dry it, and then I can pick it out once it's dry. I always learn my lesson. Okay, so this little thing, see, I just wipe it away. If I had tried to do that while it was wet, I probably would have smudged it. Big disaster, lots of swearing. All right, let's take a bit more of this black. So we're getting more and more opaque. I like it like that. It's definitely different than the original, which is much darker. But I'm kind of digging this. I think I just want to get a little bit darker on this side here. A little bit darker on this side here as well. Let's do... do maybe let's darken them all just one last little time here. I'm just wondering, do I want to do another one there? It is not consistent, but does that matter? I could expand that. I think I might expand this one. But I'm going to blow dry everything, and then I'll do that separately, okay? Otherwise, it's that paint has started to dry, and it's going to be a real... Okay. I think I can live with that. It's all, you never quite know until the end, and we'll see. Like, does the fact that this is not symmetrical, is that a problem, or will that make it, give it a bit of you know, like a less ordered kind of quality? Because otherwise it could look like prison bars or something behind there, right? Now, just as a quick, again, you know, the original image, you know, if I was to do it exactly like that, I would probably just paint black right up to here, right? I would just skip these two, and we would just have a little bit of light here. I want a little bit more of my background to show. The other thing when you're doing this is you just want to be careful we don't get big ridges of paint, right? So otherwise that might show through other subsequent layers. Okay, I think that's good enough for government work, as my grandfather used to say. So let's move on here. Just want to clean the brush I was painting with, as well as the brush that I was blending with, right? We don't want, because often that's one thing we forget to do is to clean the blending brush, and then that blending brush slowly gets the paint on it, of which there might not be a lot, but there is a little bit, is going to dry, and then it gets crusty. And not only does it essentially ruin the brush, but if you're trying to blend with it later on, what happens is those crusty little parts act more like a comb and scratch the surface rather than giving it that really nice soft quality. Whew, okay, that feels great. I'm really happy with that background. I think I'm just going to quickly give it a blow dry so that next steps I don't have to worry about it smudging, or because sometimes what happens, because it's a little bit it has that slower dry properties in your glazing fluid, is it can be a little bit tacky, and you know, it might be kind of dry to the touch, but if you're resting your hand on it and doing fine details, it's still just a tiny bit wet. You sometimes might pull your hand up and it takes some paint off, or it does the other thing. If you've got existing paint on your hand and you rest it on an area that's just a little bit tacky, that paint will come off your hand and stick to the surface, as it'll transfer that paint, even if it's dry on your hand. And you might have these little kind of specks or things. You're like, how did that get there? Where did paint fall from the ceiling? What's going on here? So one thing I noticed there was a little bit uneven up here in my darker areas. So I just took my brush and I just almost like dry brushing a little bit of last little bit of paint in there. I think that's good enough. I'm ready to move on. Half an hour on that background. Pretty good. Okay, so let's go to our next step. Okay, so now that we've got our background finished, well, knock on wood, hopefully we don't do any kind of big splatters or something where we have to go fix it, but essentially the background is completed. Now we're just going to paint the Stanley cup itself and the stand that it's sitting on. And in fact, I probably I might even do the stand first so that we can kind of just get that done, because usually I like to work from background, middle ground, foreground, and the Stanley cup is itself sitting on this table. So I think it would be nice to kind of get this done first. So let's just take a quick look at it and just see what color we want to use here. So that color is like a very dark brown, maybe even slightly burgundy. Of course, you can paint whatever color you want there. Like, for instance, if you're a fan of a particular team, you could use that color or stripes or something to kind of convey that. I'm just going to paint this, and I'm going to use a warmer color. I'm going to use like a warm purpley brown, Just trying to think what would look most flattering here. Because it is pretty subtle in the original photograph, and I might want to make it a little bit more visible, just so that it stands a little bit apart also from the background. So to do this, what we're going to do is we're going to take warm yellow, warm red, we'll mix this together, and we get this kind of orangey color. Now let's take our warm blue, mix this in here, and now we're going to get a brown. Now this brown actually right here looks very greenish. So what would you do if you're trying to mix a brown and it looks kind of green? That's right. We want to mix a little bit of red back into it, and that's going to give us a bit more brown. And then you go, well, now that's maybe a little bit too red. Okay, well, what color do we want to go for? Do we want a kind of a reddish brown? Do we want a blue or purplish brown? Do we want an orangey brown? I think I want, actually I don't mind that, but I do want to add a little bit more warm blue. Oop. Although I could be tempted, actually, now as I'm doing this, I could be tempted for a purple, although we will have purple reflections in here, I think. Let's just see. We can always change the color. That's the magic of acrylic. Putting more blue in here. Is that going to be different enough? Because that's not too far off. Sorry, I'm trying to think here to myself. Yeah, okay. So I just put a little bit of paint there just to try it. And I think I'm going to just go full on with this. So let's get just a smaller brush to help with some of these areas here. I'm just trying to be careful not to obscure the lines that show me where the edge of the table are. Okay, so it doesn't look very pretty just yet. That's okay. I do like that brown. Took me a second to think about it, but I think it helps having that color. In fact, I do like a little bit of. I'm gonna I might try to wipe. Might leave a little bit of that. We'll see. It's nice to see a bit of that underneath. I don't know if that's going to look a little messy, but okay. So I'm just going to blow dry that, and then I'm going to add a little bit of black down on the bottom part of the skirting. Just darken that a little bit. Because in the original, it's very hard to see, but because it's cropped right at the bottom where that is. Okay, so let's blow dry this. Okay, I think we can start zooming in a bit here. Oh, other way. So I'm just going to flare this out very subtly a little bit here. Yeah, so this kind of dark, warm purple right at the bottom is going to just give a nice ground to this artwork. It's going to pull the whole trophy forward. It'll make no mistake that it's sitting in the foreground. Okay, now the top here, maybe we'll add a little bit of yellow back into it. Oops. So as opposed to putting white in there, I'm putting a little bit more yellow, which should give just a bit of a slightly lighter quality. And if it's too light, then we can just paint over it. But Okay, I'm gonna blow dry that real quick and then just touch that up, and then I think we'll move. Let's take that color a little bit more yellow, maybe even a bit more red. Okay, just wondering, is that, let's zoom out. I could put like a little bit of glazing on down here to make it look like it's also got kind of folds of the skirting, little wrinkles and waves, because right now it kind of just looks like a log that's been chopped and it's just sitting on top of a big log. You know what, I don't know. I think it's really hard for me to know at this stage, so I think I'm gonna move on to the cup itself, and then we'll have a clearer idea of what we need. Because I've got this big yellow shape in there that is, it's hard to see the painting and without that big yellow shape there. When we get a big gray shape there, that'll be something entirely different, right? We can examine and look at the painting and change colors. That's why I don't usually want to spend too long on anything at this stage, because it's really hard to know until, you know, it's like you know, in a way it's sort of like a Thanksgiving dinner or something, right? You're trying to get all the dishes ready for the same time, and you generally don't want to have one thing done hours and hours ahead of everything else, because then it's going to get cold and maybe it won't kind of go with everything else. Whereas if everything's sort of developing at the same time, you're like, okay, that's really salty, so maybe we want something that's kind of opposite that, that'll balance that. Or maybe we don't want it to be so salty at all, so let's figure a way to try to just imagine, well, what will that turkey taste like 5 hours from now? I don't know, right? Okay. You can tell I love the food metaphors. I love to have a little bit of food. So, Actually, I'm just going to quickly blow dry that. Okay, so now what we want to do is mix a gray that we're going to paint the cup itself. You know, maybe... Yeah, you know what, I'm going to split this up into... Okay, so now that we've got the base established here, maybe not entirely done, but at least it's kind of started. Now let's paint the cup itself. So we've previously mixed a black. We're just going to add a little bit of that to some white, and then we're going to add a little bit of matte medium to this mixture. All right, so we can just take the color we were just, or the brush I was just using here. Let's get some white on here. Maybe that's enough for right now. Let's get some of this black. Mix this together, right? This is the other way, you know, if you're confused and you're like, that's so dark, I can't tell if it's a little bit purpley or brown, just add a little bit of white to it, like this, and then you're like, whoa, I can tell that is that's a gray, or it looks a little greenish, or whatever, right? So I'm going to mix a bit more of it. So this color will be my middle value, the color that is not my darkest gray and not my lightest gray. Like my lightest gray is white and my darkest gray is black. I do tend to kind of opt for a little bit more on the lighter side of things when in doubt. Now the other thing too, I'm going to add this matte medium here, which is going to keep it kind of on the thinner, more transparent side so that I don't lose all my pencil marks. All right, I just want to lay this color in over top of things, and if in doubt, I'm going to put more matte medium. You could use glazing fluid for this if that's all you have. Matte medium works just as well, or maybe even obviously preferable, just because it doesn't dry quite as, it doesn't take as long to dry. We're not doing any blending. Glazing fluid tends to just cost a little bit more, so if I don't need to use it for a specific purpose, I'd rather use my matte medium because it's about half the price, right? Especially if you're doing larger areas. So I'm just gonna wipe some of that off. Okay. So what I'm going to do is just sort of go around and try to bring the shape of the trophy back into place. And there's a few places where obviously I painted over top of the trophy itself, so I want to bring the trophy back into view here. So let's get up close. So let's hope this is, yeah, it's not too transparent or too opaque either, so that's perfect. Starting with this very a smaller brush to help me. Okay, there's going to be a little bit more of a lip here, but actually maybe we'll just do that. Doesn't have to be perfect right now, but it certainly helps if we're at least in the ballpark at this point. Or the arena, I guess you could say. Gotta get my sports metaphors aligned here. So I'm just referring back to the original image here just to see if it can help give me some guidance as to these shapes. Right, if you're kind of quick about it, you can kind of wipe away a mistake like that. Because I think we are, let's go up to where we actually are here. Let's try to keep this symmetrical. looks hard to see my original edge here, so I'm just looking under, because I think it's substantially So one thing I was able to find is down at the bottom where I saw a little bit of a line down there, so I can bring that line up. Same sort of thing. I can see that line, and I can go. Oops, looks like I've gone a little bit wider. That's okay, I'll just widen it from the bottom too. Okay, so I got a little splatter of paint up here. Let's see if I can get rid of it as quickly as possible. Not bad. Okay. So let's just fill this in. And then we'll take a look at the overall shape and just see if there's anything majorly missing here. We'll do a little bit of, there's some little bit of these, the rings, the dividers between them extend a little bit out, so we'll be sure to get those. But be careful of those little splatters, especially on a background with kind of a fade like that, or gradient, because trying to fix that kind of thing, while not impossible, is difficult. Okay. So now I'm just looking here at both sides, trying to see how they match up. And if there's any kind of glaring problems. So I'm just going to extend. Did I overdo it? I might have just overdid it. So we'll overdo it on the other side to balance it. This can be kind of a dangerous game because then things start getting wider and weirder and all that kind of stuff, but let's get a smaller brush here. Now we can certainly darken the sides to which is in the original it sort of just fades out, and we can use, if you're really concerned about it not just being kind of a little bit uneven, we can just darken it and it just sort of fades right into the background and we don't have to worry about getting the shape perfect. Okay, now I'm just going to do a quick little bit of kind of on the top here. You know, these little areas. Maybe let's start here. So one of the things that keeps happening is a little bit of this paint that's on my hands. I'm kind of stamping it around, so let's just have to keep an eye out for that as I go forward here, to keep my hand clean. In fact, I see. So all these little details are probably more important than anything, because they really give a kind of attention to detail and specificity that if we don't have them, it'll just sort of look a little bit more generic. And it's also interesting, as I flip it up, I can see that this is tapering in quite dramatically. Cool. Okay, so that's the big step here, is just getting that shape. And if we just zoom back out, you know, that's great, because now we can start giving. This would be probably the maybe, depending, could be the most fun or most frustrating part of what this painting is all about here. I'm just going to clean my brushes, and I can still use this glazing fluid batch that I mixed up. Okay, maybe I'll do the black ring down here at the bottom, the base, next. Again, use just a little bit of glazing fluid. Not much, you don't need much. The reason I'm doing that, it might mean I have to paint this twice, but if I do make a mistake, it's very easy to wipe it away. Because I can get it in, I can get this base into place, the base into place, get the base into place, get the base into place, get the base into place. I I can get the base into place, and then I can paint over it with the black in a much darker value, darker shade, because I'll be quite confident I'm painting in the right place. So on this right side, I painted over a lot of this, so it is a little bit trickier to see where it is, and I'm glad I'm glazing this to start to give me that little bit of wiggle room. It looks weirdly misshapen. How did I? That is strange. Doesn't it seem to kind of bow out there, a little bit more bulbous there? A little bit bulbous. That's a character from Looney Tunes. What is that? Is that a Porky Pig? Is that what they call them? Okay, I'm gonna blow dry that. So again, I'm feeling that this is... See, that looks pretty good. That, well, it does look a little bit... Okay, so now I'm just going to take the actual black that I mixed earlier and paint with this, because I'm pretty satisfied enough that I got that shape. Now, one of the cool things that I noticed looking at this is that this base looks like it has gotten a lot of wear and is kind of chipped and worn. Do I want to paint that, though? I don't know. Not bad. Again, it doesn't look like... Doesn't it look like this is a little wider? Do I want to spend the time required to widen it? I guess I am, because I'm doing that right now. So just a little bit of that gray over top. So let's move on to the next step here. So we've got the first layer, the first pass of the cup itself and the ring on the bottom. Now we're just going to work on kind of refining this, putting in the details, putting in the reflections, and maybe a little bit of a shadow or something here on the bottom. I haven't even thought about that too far. But everything's sort of, all of the main elements are all in place. So this is where it could be more interesting or more difficult for some people. I'm going to blow dry that bottom because, again, I'm always afraid of getting my hands stamping all over top of the bottom down here. And just see a bit of, oops. Cleaning up a little bit of stuff I see in the bottom here while I'm going to blow dry. Oops, sorry. Okay, so now that I've got the Stanley Cup painted in one layer, the base, everything, now we're just going to go into the details. So here, let's get, I guess now we're at the point where we want to decide which cup do we want to paint. There's this one, which is a little bit more of a silvery quality, and this one, which has got a little bit of kind of some orangey, purpley reflections. I think I'm going to take some of the purples out of this and use them, some of the blues out of that, because I think that's really important. It's going to help integrate the cup with the background. But I think I'm going to stick with this little bit more well-lit, a little bit shinier cup. And what I've got so far here is I've got both my... I've got the middle ground in here. So the paint that I've already got is sort of the, you know, this overall area, right? We're going to paint some darker areas and some highlights. So that's what's up next. And it doesn't really matter which order we go to. I generally go kind of my highlights last. But I know that there's some people that prefer to do their highlights first and then their darks last. It doesn't really matter, whatever you prefer. So, it's still a little wet. So I think I'm going to start at the top here. And I think I'm going to go for maybe one of my darker grays to start, because that'll help me, it'll make visible all of the structure of this. So let's take, so this is the gray that I painted the cup with already. I'm going to take this, let's just move it to the side. So we can still preserve some of that. And let's just take a lot more of our black and mix this in here. In fact, let's take even more of it. I'll make this a substantially darker color. we'll still have, we can still go even darker if we want to, but this will be, you know, especially when it's on here next to everything else, it's going to look really dark. It's going to look like a black line until you get black, actual black there, right? So but I always like waiting towards the very end to add my strongest contrast, so that there's I always have that option. It's like my you know, fire extinguisher or something, right? Okay. Like break only when necessary, or use only when necessary. Yikes. And you can see I'm not even really concerned with that yellow that's there, because maybe that we can incorporate that yellow, and just like, you know, and here we have yellow reflections, you know, it's going to be reflecting whatever's in the room around it. Okay, so my first step, I want to just get this lip in. Okay. And then I'm going to get all of these guys. This is, you know, we could really get into the weeds down here, but let's kind of start with what we can see. So I'm going to paint that guy there. And we might do the, let's see what I'm getting. I might have to do a little touch up on the background after we're all done here. I keep, you know, I'm just gonna, Just gonna look at the way that I did this one here. Because one of the things I use these outlines to do is to sometimes solve these problems, you know, of the composition. Okay. Now, there's going to be, I'm not going to get into all the reflections and all that stuff just yet. I still want to just get the basic, all these kind of little outliney things. And maybe even so, you know, I could have done a lot of this earlier, like as a underpainting, right? But I knew that there was just so much to do that if I just paint this relatively thin, then I can sort of do this quote-unquote underpainting on top of the painting. You can see it's a little bit smudged and all that kind of stuff. I'm not worried about that because there's going to be white and other, maybe some blue and other colors over top. So some of these lines I'm painting right now might get obscured quite a lot. And I could also use a Posca pen for this if I'm willing to let it dry for like 24 hours afterwards. But it doesn't quite work in this format here. I'm not going to just walk away for 24 hours and come back. I'm going to try to get it all done in the next couple of hours at the very latest, right? See, those lines seem to be sloping down to the right. That is weird. This is driving me crazy. It looks like they're all kind of getting kind of crooked. So I think I'm going to do this and go this way to do this from now on. Let's go back up to this area. Okay. I'm not worried about being a little heavy-handed here. Okay, let's just take a look. Yeah, that's cool. It's starting to come into view. So now I can start kind of putting some of those reflections or my shadows, actually. Shadow reflections. They're still reflections, but reflections of darker shapes and things, right? So maybe I'll zoom back in here. Actually, you know what? I'm going to blow dry this real quick before I move on. Okay. Actually, I'm just going to wipe off the excess paint because paint was starting to build up on that edge. So now I feel ready to start kind of diving in here. So I'm kind of widening these. We'll get those highlights in there later. The other thing too, I'm going to start leaving a little bit of a gap here, or that's going to be kind of like the bit of a reflection on the top side. So these reflections start to kind of help us understand the shape. And now that kind of yellow that was kind of leaking through is not really such a problem. That's some weirdness. What's happening in there? I can't quite figure that out. And this is kind of transforming a bit. So just adding even a little bit of variation in here, and we'll do maybe more of that as we go. Otherwise it's going to look like maybe it was sitting underneath a grid of lights, or which is possible, but it might look a little bit strange. So okay, maybe we'll back out just a bit. Always on guard for these little splatters before they dry. I like how also, you know, these are not all, I mean, the cup has been around and it's been banged and bumped, and there's a famous story of the Ottawa, I think it was the Senators or 67s, I think 1907, who drop kicked it into the Rideau Canal in Ottawa, and later on it was fished out of the river the next day. Now that was probably just it would have been a very small trophy at that point. So, but athletes, after celebrating, especially these days, where most of them are like not really partying much at all season long, and winning the cup or losing the cup, they go out and really let loose. It's their kind of first time where they don't have to be up the next day at 5 in the morning to go practice. They've got freedom for the first time in a while. It's like the end of the school year for high school kids. It's like they just go nuts. So having a few little, so it's not perfectly straight, gives it that effect of like it's kind of got a few dings to it, right? So you can see like this kind of thing is time consuming, and maybe at first it's not particularly the most rewarding activity. But we're slowly building up. Now I am going to go a little bit darker here, but there's possible, like might lighten some of this up as well, right? Because we're going to put highlights over top of this. I think next I'll go maybe even just a bit darker, and then we'll mostly focus on highlights from that point forward. And I'm totally making some of this up too. If you're just like, oh, that's weird. I don't really, where is he getting those lines? Alright, so this area here would represent names that have yet to be added to the trophy. Okay, oh, and just a little bit on the bottom down here. Okay, so let's just zoom back out. And as well here, and just see where we're at. Okay, maybe I'm going to go for, yeah, let's, as I said, let's go for a darker gray even. Put just a little bit of glazing fluid in there. Keep it wet. I see people trying to chat with my mom. I'm not sure if she's still watching at this point. My parents like to tune in for the history part, and then they're like, we love you, but, you know, one of these keep doing these 5-hour-long episodes, you know, like, so, let's go back up to the top here. Actually, maybe let's zoom in again. Maybe let's do this outer one. So really, like, doing reflections, just kind of being observant of like the textures that we see here, and we're just sort of creating the illusion of these reflections on the canvas, right? And almost like there's a kind of a balance between like you want a certain level of order so that it's clear that it's repeating, but you also want to have it so it's a little bit, there's kind of chaos and some variety, so that it doesn't, because otherwise it could look a little bit odd and weird, like it's a too perfect or something. If you have like all the reflections are super consistent, and that what that line is really hard to say, but you know, as we get going a little bit more on the highlights here soon, I think that will be easier to see. We're also going to put like some white right in here too. So we got like our very, very dark gray, almost a black right now. As I said, I'm not following this exactly. I'm just sort of using what I need for inspiration, and then I move forward, right? Paula says the photo of me with the Stanley Cup is a great memory for me and my mom. Well, maybe. It was probably one of those things where we might have waited in line for 5 hours, and I might have been kind of grumpy, and and then finally seeing it and being happy, and my poor mom just having to put up with me. Okay, so right, you can see now these lines, those darker reflections are just as important as the lighter, the highlights that are going to be coming in here very soon. So maybe that's probably enough of those. Let's do highlights now. Oops. Gotta wait for that to reboot. Come on. Okay, well, here we go. Let's blow dry that. Okay. Let's go right to some white. Let's just so we can pick up the pace of it. So I'm going to take my glazing fluid and some white. It's always a little bit hard to use glazing fluid with white paint because it's hard to see how opaque that actually is. Like, is it white, or is it going to be totally transparent white because the glazing fluid itself is white, or it's clear but it looks white on the palette. Let's dive right back in. Hopefully all that's nice and dry. So this is still a fairly subtle white. Looks like we can definitely go lighter still. all of a sudden it just starts to get that life. And again, we'll do more. We'll do one more pass with maybe even just pure white, and not everywhere, but just little to make these highlights really sing. So as it dries, it gets a little bit more subtle, right? Because as the glazing fluid itself dries away, it goes from kind of appearing a little bit white to just being clear. So sometimes, you know, you're like, oh, it looks great, and then, oh, it's kind of faded a little bit. That's okay, because that just gives us an opportunity to add a little more in those locations. So some of these sort of the ribs here, between the rings, are getting, you know, a little bit wider, obviously, than the original. But I don't mind that. You know, my goal is not to make a perfect reproduction of this. It's just to kind of have a little bit of fun and use this as the source. But Paul says, Michael, you got beautiful reflections. They're shining on my iPad. You're so sweet, Paul. I appreciate that. You know, once we also get even more white, a highlight on here again, it's going to really make them, give it a bit more of a zing even beyond what we have here. I think I might go back and do a little bit of darker things on these those little ribs, as I've been calling them. Otherwise it might look a little bit odd just being the only parts that don't have kind of that any shadow on them, just pure highlights. It doesn't quite make logical sense. So glaze. Well, I don't know. We'll see. Okay, let's do this again. A little bit of glazing fluid and white. Just way more of it this time. So now we have like maybe 80% white to 20% glazing fluid. Actually, I should just quickly blow dry that. Okay, I'm just going to look at the original as reference, but, you know, not really spending much time emulating it. You know, like Thomas Kincaid in one of his videos just says, like, you can never put enough white on. You just got to keep putting white on, because the white is what keeps, you know, gives it that glow, you know, that his paintings are kind of famous for. I mean, he coined himself the painter of light, because that white will act like these reflections, right? And in life, there's tons of reflections bouncing off all sorts of things. And getting that white in there is going to help make it look like it's really in the world and not just floating in some kind of undefined space. And one of the big things that over the past few decades they've been really working on in terms of in animation is reflections, trying to build software that can do them convincingly and automatically as well, because it used to be kind of tricky to do. Oops. Like, you'd have to do it all by hand, and now there's kind of like algorithms. If you're really interested, you can watch some of the recent clips of software called Unreal Engine. You'll probably see them pop up in your YouTube feed because it's a big deal these days, where they've had a number of big breakthroughs with artificial intelligence and computer modeling and stuff. So pretty fascinating to see what they're able to create, the environments on computers. And so I think, you know, I'm getting pretty happy with this. Let's just kind of go back up to the top here. Like, I feel like I've got a lot of really great reflections further down, but up top here, I need a bit more white. Ay, ay, ay. Okay, so maybe, you know, I could just leave it right like that. I think I just want to do a little bit of blue reflections, maybe a little bit of purpley reflections in here, and then we'll be done. You know, that, or I was going to do some, let's, I want a bit of these slightly darker reflections here as well. Before I move on really quickly. bit of that. And let's just go even darker real quick. Cool. So let's blow dry this, and then we'll get into our final touches here. Okay, I'm gonna just get a bit more. I was just looking at this. I sometimes, you know, like squint my eyes at the image, and it helps me see what's there, what's not there. And I think I just want to build the darker area up here a bit more. It's not really in the original, but it doesn't really matter what the original looks like at some point, right? That's better. It does look slightly asymmetrical. Whatever. Let's just move on. Okay, so I want to take, remember this blue that we used right at the beginning? I'm going to glaze with a very, very super ultra thin glaze of that. So let's just take a little bit of that, I mean barely any. Get that on our brush. And then let's think about where we want to put this. Maybe even look at the original here. I'm not sure how well that comes out on camera, but it just gives a like slight bit of more nuance here. Okay, now I'm going to... Oh, I didn't... You know, I'm going to take a little bit of my cool red. And a bit of my warm blue. So my warm blue and cool red. Let's mix these and we'll get a purple. Put glazing fluid in that. And I'm going to paint with this with a smaller brush. So now we're just getting some color back in. Bit on the other side as well. A little opaque. Let's get that a bit thinner. So I'm painting a lot of this purpley color in my shadows. Okay. Don't want to overdo it. I think I'm close. I might just add a bit of a shadow down here on the bottom now. So let's get... I'm going to take my darkest color and some brown. Mix those together a bit. So I got that mixed up. Let's take glazing fluid. And then I just, once I kind of mix, sometimes I just wipe the glazing fluid, everything off my brush. And, oh, you know what? I'm going to blow dry this because I don't want to smudge. Okay, so I'm just going to finish up here. I just want to do a little bit of some shadow. I was debating whether to do a little bit of... Well, let's see. Let's get the shadow started first. The lighting in here is very even, and if we look at the original, it's impossible to see the shadow. I don't think that I can see a shadow. So... I'm just going to put this shadow kind of in behind. Oops, you can't see that, can you? I might do a second shadow this way as well. So it's sort of being lit from both sides. But let's blow dry that because we'll see it might fade a little bit. Debating, do I want to even might just make another shadow. To suggest the light is sort of coming from lots of different angles here. That makes sense. Yeah, let's do that again here too. That's cool. Very, very subtle effect, but shadows are super important. And, you know, now that I'm doing a bit of that, I think to myself, you know what? Let's go down into this area under here and maybe just give a little nuance here as well. I'm just gonna blow dry that and do it a little bit more. Okay, and just before I forget, I want to put a bit of this brown in the reflections on the cup itself. Because otherwise it's going to be like, it'll be a little strange not that that's not there. So, this glazing fluid, just a little bit of brown. And I'm a little bit tempted to add a bit of yellow. Maybe I just need some white. Just a little bit more white. Because I mean, you know, if I really wanted, one thing that I consider doing would be like lots of little gray dots over top of things. I'm thinking about it, but that could add another 20 minutes here. So it's going to take white right out of the tube. Isn't it nice? All those kind of little reflections just start to, all those different little colors and things. That's great. Yeah, I was like, yeah, I mean, like, I think it would look kind of cool if I did a little bit of gray. Maybe, okay, let's do just a little bit of it. Actually, I'll blow dry this, and we'll just see, and then if I don't like it, I can wipe it away. Let's take our gray. We want it fairly, like, pretty much like the gray we use at the beginning. Like, not too dark, not too light. Let's get a bit more white in there, I think. And then I'm going to take a... okay. So like in these little areas here, really. That I think actually adds a lot. I'm glad I'm doing this now. go to the other side. I might leave that bottom blank there. Okay. Getting close to overdoing it, little dots, but I kind of, it does add something here that I didn't expect, so. Just going to take a bit of white. Okay, let's check it out. I think that worked. Okay. So let's wrap up for the evening here. Thank you so much, everybody, for watching. Consider liking, subscribing, hitting the notification bell. Take a photograph of the art that you made. Upload it to our Facebook group. If you haven't already joined the Facebook group, what's taking you so long? And if you want to leave a donation, if you found you've learned anything or just had a good laugh or entertainment or helped pass you time, it was worth the price of a cup of coffee, consider leaving a PayPal donation, the super chat, contact me through the Facebook or group or my email. Okay, so let's take a look at these side by side. So there's this version. This is actually the original that I cut the cup out and replaced it with this one. So I think it looks pretty good. I'm really happy with the shadows and the table. I think this brown really complements the cup kind of quite well. And even just those little subtle folds there just make a big difference. So let's zoom in. And you know, I feel good about that. Like all these little dots, they kind of look a little bit silly or strange. And if you don't know the Stanley Cup, you might think that there are holes in there, or I don't know, jewels or something, as opposed to little names. But I do think it reinforces that there's detail, or there's something there. I wasn't gonna bother trying to write challenge cup up there. It would just be way too small, even with a Posca pen. But again, it sort of looks like there's some kinds of something there. Yeah, I'm happy with the top of the bowl. Even that little bit of warm yellow that comes through this entire painting just gives this kind of that little bit of a warm glow. And I've obviously taken all sorts of liberties here with the way that I painted that, and the reflections, and yeah, okay, let's just look a little bit further. The bottom of the image on the left, those shadows there. And I didn't do any little dots here because that's the space reserved for the next winner. So that's left blank. Maybe most people won't get that, but that's a little nod to anyone who knows a little bit about the trophy. Some of these wavy lines do look like it's kind of bent or something, because it is a little bit strange. But again, we do see that these reflections aren't just totally straight up and down, right? In fact, as I look at it, I can see all these little scratches and things. That'd be pretty hard to put into this painting. But let's say we just back out one here. Yeah, I think that's good enough for a day's work here. That's a fun little painting. and I've been wanting to paint this probably since I was a little kid. So seeing it here in its finished state makes me pleased. Okay, well, thanks everyone for painting along with me today. Enjoy the rest of your evening. We will be painting a Picasso painting of Dora Maar, a kind of late synthetic cubist painting from the 1930s on Thursday. So join us for that. Upload your picture to the Facebook group. I can't wait to see if anyone painted this. Okay, everyone, enjoy the rest of your evening, and we'll see you again on Thursday. And once again, there's me celebrating with the Stanley Cup when it was awarded to the Calgary Flames in 1989. Good night, everybody.